asking like, there was something else that I should do for the intro,
Mhm.
and I'm now at the point where we're talking about someone is asking, is it okay to watch Christmas movies right now?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
I
then
remember
I
that.
think that spiraled into a conversation about it. So you do the intro, I will keep listening, and then maybe I know what you were supposed to sing. And of course, if you are watching live, put it in the chat.
Yeah, yeah. I don't remember because
I don't want to know now.
Joe Raptor said something last week and was like, "Okay, next episode you have to start like this," and we can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a lovely day. We're back with another episode of the Free Roam podcast, rocking and rolling. We have a handful of things to talk about. Some things we kind of predicted that we might be talking about, and a couple of others that I don't think we saw coming, such as a doubling down from Warner Brothers on literally everything that they shouldn't be doing. So we're going to talk about that. It's going to be a good time. This week has been kind of kind of weird, kind of intense. We had the launch of the early access for Call of Duty, the story campaign, which was, of course, historically terrible, and everybody knows about that.
I had some things about the zombie mode as well that's like also really bad. It's like, what the heck have they been doing? It really felt, because we of course last year had the rumor that this was going to be a DLC for Modern Warfare 2. Of course on PlayStation there's not even a platinum trophy. It just says like, under the Modern Warfare 2 trophies it says like Modern Warfare 3. Which is hilarious. Yeah. And of course the multiplayer is only like the old maps, so which is like pretty cool, but that is usually like, that's the new game. The new game is old maps, bare bones zombie mode, and a campaign you can finish in 4 hours. Well,
yeah. Well, and it's like at the end of the video that I put up on whatever Monday, I think, or Tuesday, on the Call of Duty single player, I found a Reddit post from somebody had shared with me during one of our streams, and they basically just said, so it's like 230 gigabytes to download the whole package that you pay $70 for. The only thing you can engage with in early access is this campaign. So it will literally take you, if you have 100 megabit per second download speed, which is pretty standard in the States, it will take you longer to download the game, potentially, than it will to actually play the campaign. And so it's just crazy. And yeah, 4 hours is being very generous. Yeah, for me it was like 3 hours 15. Maybe if you're playing on like veteran, it can take longer. But I mean, it's literally just like recycled, straight up copy paste set pieces and stuff from Warzone and DMZ. I mean, even down to like the original Gulag, kind of castle looking thing, is just copy and pasted somewhere else. And then they fill it with bots, and the bots are painfully stupid. Like, the whole thing's a disaster. And you're right. I mean, it is a straight up DLC that they're selling as a standalone game. Basically, what they did, in case people listening are not familiar, they took Modern Warfare 2, and then they went and reworked it into what they're calling the Call of Duty HQ. So it's supposed to be like the parent platform launcher, kind of like what we've heard Assassin's Creed Infinity might be like, a singular launcher for all of your stuff. But then they have this extra kind of add-on package that's Modern Warfare 3, which is totally a different thing. And so in order to launch it, you have to launch Modern Warfare 2, which is now Call of Duty HQ, and then you have to launch Modern Warfare 3 from within that app. It closes down the first app, opens the second app, which usually needs to restart as well. So there are literally like at least two restarts of the app before you can boot into the game you paid $70 for. And even then, like while I was recording the video, it crashed like 4 times. It's just baffling. It's just baffling.
I can see this happen as well with Infinity, looking at Ubisoft, but let's hope that that's not the case.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed they're taking their time. Dylan, thank you for the super chat, by the way, and thank you to everybody listening live. Hey, here's a tip. Since I've watched
Dylan.
a lot of your content, I should probably pay a bit. You're fine, man. Thank you just for listening. But I do love how you break things down and stay away from being a shill like all these other people love you. We try to call it like it is. You know how we be doing. We try to just call it straight.
All these other people.
That's just me.
Let's
every
not
other
call
day.
out.
Let's all of those other people who shill.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those other people.
People who shill
Okay.
up and down. I'm sorry. Dylan, thank you again. Sorry, I meant to make a sub piece. Oh, dude, you're just being extremely generous. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Very
Thanks.
generous. So, how has your week been, Mr. Lorapkin? How's your week been?
Yeah, it's been nice. I am going on to Antwerp this weekend with some friends. So I've been preparing some stuff for when I'm gone, starting tomorrow actually. So yeah, I have a shorter week. It's kind of like again, like you said, it's a weird week. Normally in November it's like Call of Duty's coming out and that's kind of it in terms of games. But now of course with the GTA thing that we will discuss in a second and more news than expected, it's been kind of more busy than expected. But it's nice and feels like just slowly going. I was kind of tired these last few weeks, but I've been like sleeping in a lot. That was necessary. So I've been taking 12 hours over the weekend, and I still want to try Alan Wake 2, but I want to find like the good like spot where I can like probably finish it in a few days. And now because I'm going and some other things, I did not find the perfect time yet. But that's kind of my planning at the moment. And how about you? How's the house going? I mean, yeah, your space has been set up for a few weeks now, right?
Yeah, the house is going good. I know you can't see it, but just out of frame, I swear to God, it's cleaner than it was yesterday. I am slowly making progress. We have a couple, actually 3 new bookshelves that will be coming and lining this back wall where all of this stuff is going to basically move to. This is going to be over here. Like, we're going to rearrange some stuff, so I swear it'll look different than the last studio, because right now it's just kind of like somebody in the stream yesterday was like, oh my God, I feel stupid. I just realized you moved because the door isn't on that side. I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's basically just mirrored. But yeah, it's good. I have some travel this week, which is going to be fun. Somebody was asking, did Finley come back? For those of you not familiar, I have 2 cats, Finley and Hermione. Finley's the big white one that looks like a dog. It's just a massive tomcat. And Hermione's the little black kind of looks like I think she's called a tortoise whatever. But she's just tiny and very sweet. But Finley, he wanted to go outside as normal like 4 or 5 days ago, so we let him out, and he has yet to come back. Hermione's come back, and she's been hanging out, but Hermione now will not leave the patio.
Right, this bonus area.
She will not leave, like very close to the house, so something's good with her. So we're hoping that
bonus
he's just
money.
off
It doesn't
wandering
give
in
me
the
bonus,
neighborhood and somebody will like see him,
kills.
call the number on his tag, or he'll find his way back. We put stuff out that he can smell. People suggested putting out like old shoes of ours that might have scent that he could find his way back. Some people recommend like litter boxes and stuff. So we're trying. We saw somebody in like a local missing pets Facebook page. They said that they spotted a white cat sitting in a driveway in a neighborhood like 1.5 miles, 2 miles away. And so I went at like 9:30 at night, and I just drove the neighborhood for like 45 minutes. Wasn't able to find him or see him, and who knows? I mean, there's lots of white cats, but we'll see. The tricky thing is just, and this sucks, and we talked about it yesterday, but like we live in an area where there are coyotes, there are big owls, like you just never really know. But crazier things have happened. People have said that they've had their cat missing for 2 weeks in this neighborhood, and then they just wander back like nothing happened. So fingers crossed.
Okay,
that's what's happening.
fingers crossed.
Fingers
Yeah,
crossed.
that's of course with like a new place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough because he was fine for a few weeks, and people say it's common when you move that the animals might get confused finding their way back home, but he was fine for a few weeks, so he got acclimated to the neighborhood and to finding his way back here. And so if he is honestly just lost, he must have just wandered really far off. But he's a big boy. He can take care of himself. I mean, seriously, like I said, he's like the size of a dog. So if somebody tries to mess with him, at the very least, he's putting up one hell of a fight. But no, Finley has not come back. I think I mentioned on the Monday
Holy
stream
shit.
that he was
Alright, hold on,
missing.
hold on, hold on. You boys are getting a little out of hand.
We
Okay.
will see what happens, but you better believe I will let you guys know if he does return.
Yes, please
Fingers
do.
crossed, fingers crossed. But not to bum everything out. There are some good things that are also beyond our control going on out there right now, such
Thanks.
as
Yeah.
an announcement for a game that people
Needed
have been
this. Fuck
saying
me.
is coming out every week for a decade. So
But if you listen to this podcast, you were like prepared that this could happen because we talked about it 2 weeks ago.
This fucking
actually.
stupid thing, I can't goddamn fly.
That, like, I think someone asked when you think GTA is gonna be announced, or there were always rumors. Like, there were always rumors it's gonna happen. Yeah, we discussed like if it's gonna happen, it will be before the Take-Two investor call, and that investor call happened yesterday. And yeah, lo and behold, just before that call, we got an official tweet from Rockstar, and they did not even bother putting out an image, putting out anything.
because they don't need
All
to.
this. Yeah, but imagine if you also. I mean, they must have the logo ready, right?
Oh
What-
yeah,
what-
yeah.
So, are they like doing another moment for that, or are they like, look at us, we can have 156 million views?
Well, and what's really interesting about this
On
is
this
that
tweet.
it's like part of a nested sequence of tweets. So they replied to their own. This isn't even just a straight standalone tweet. What they did is
Oh, yeah.
November 8th, next
Please
month,
leave me alone.
marks the 25th anniversary of Rockstar Games. Thanks to the
God
incredible
fucking
support
damn
of
it. Just
the
let me
project
do
and
my
the
activities.
community.
Fuck off.
Without you, none of this would be possible. And we are so grateful to all of you for sharing this journey with us. In 1998,
Blah, blah, blah.
Rockstar Games was founded. Blah blah blah. We did great stuff.
Yeah.
And then they finish it. We are very excited to let you know that in
Fuck
early
you.
December,
Get off my
it's
dick.
the first trailer for the next Grand Theft Auto. We look forward to many
Goddamn
more years of
pussies.
sharing these experiences with you. Thank you, Sam Hauser. And then Mutahar, of course, comes in clutch with the comment, "I came." So, what's your takeaway from the announcement tweet? Because there's one glaring thing that was surprising, I think, to all of us, even in the investor call.
Yeah. I know what you're alluding to, I think. But overall, this is like, I think a lot of like social media people that like do this, they were like, I mean, this really shows you that Rockstar's like, we're doing it our way. Because
Yeah.
they could have made a way bigger splash. Like, you want to lead with the biggest news, and that is not, yeah, in 1995 we blah blah blah. Okay, we don't care. Or 1998, like, we don't care. We want to hear about the game. But yeah, they keep saying that it's next Grand Theft Auto game. And I listened to the full investor call that happened a few hours after this tweet, and it was kind of what I predicted, where they are predicting like massive losses, Take-Two, because they're like really investing in their future games, and announcing that the next Grand Theft Auto is gonna be, or yeah, announcing the announcement for the next Grand Theft Auto, that the trailer will be happening in early December. Yeah, turned a lot of heads. Like, nobody in the call was like, "Oh, you guys are maybe not doing too hot." They know that when that game comes out, everything will be in the green again. But yeah, during that call, they were also like, next Grand Theft Auto. next
Nice.
They never said Grand Theft Auto 6. So maybe they are just gonna be ballsy and say, Grand Theft Auto, bam, this is the game. Although there was on a former Rockstar employee did put on his LinkedIn, and I think I have the link for you there as well. That's over here in the doc. I
Okay.
marked it.
Where are
Where
you going?
they did put it as GTA 6. So maybe internally they're still calling it GTA 6, or maybe it will indeed be GTA 6. But yeah, so that is interesting. I do think they're gonna call it GTA 6 because everyone already is, everyone understands it. Although, yeah, it could also be just GTA, because this is gonna be the game we will be playing for the next 10 years,
Yeah.
or longer maybe even.
Well, and one of
So
the
why not
questions
stop
is,
it?
like, are they doing with this? There's been rumors, so like you never know what to believe or what not to believe. But there's been rumors forever that this is going to be like their Assassin's Creed Infinity. It's going to be their platform where they're going to do potentially expansions to the online component, new areas, stuff like that. Because originally, like Grand Theft Auto 6 was kind of ideated around this concept of
They're
like
spit
a whole
roasting me.
coastline,
Fuck off.
multiple countries that you can explore freely, and of course then it whittled down, and now it sounds like it's just a city basically. But maybe they're gonna bring expansions to add those other areas. But we just
Leave me the
don't
fuck
know.
alone.
The one
Fuck
thing
off.
that we do know about Grand Theft
Jesus
Auto
fucking
online
Christ, this
support,
game is annoying.
especially single player. Single player, there's basically no support. Whether it's Red Dead Redemption 2 or Grand Theft Auto. But online support, they do get some like new content packs and stuff, but they don't really add new spaces. Maybe this is going to be the first time they do that, but I would not hold my breath.
Yeah, I
Like
think
that.
that was also, of course, it was on PS3 and like it was on many older generations, so I think that also held them back. Of course, it is still on PS4 and Xbox One, so I think that's holding them back. While of course we do have the next gen versions. While right now, I would be shocked if this game still comes to PS4, Xbox One. Well, it's totally not gonna happen. But yeah, that leaves way more room with the SSDs of these systems.
Yeah.
To build on that, and yeah, that was the rumor that they fought way bigger, and then they were like, wait, we have to release this game as well. Let's tool it down, focus on Vice City, and then yeah, expand that maybe over time. And I hope they expand single player wise as well, because I do think there is a separation between people that just want to play the single player and people that are fine with doing the online. Obviously the online is huge, but let's hope if they add a new zone, that you can then also play it in the single player. Like if they,
Fingers
spawn it
crossed,
that way,
yeah.
that would be cool.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
get-
what do you think? Early December, is that Game Awards, or do you think they're gonna do their own spot? Because Game Awards is of course on December 7th.
Yeah, I mean, personally, my hope for everybody
One more
that's
car.
reviewing stuff at the Game Awards is that they drop the GTA trailer
There we go.
like December 1st.
Now,
and then give it, like, a
Rambulance
week to
kills.
sizzle, and then everything at the Game Awards at least stands a chance of getting some headlines. Because you better believe, like, even a week after, most gaming journalists, websites, and stuff are just going to be flooded with GTA speculation, 10 things you missed in the Grand Theft Auto trailer, all of those videos. It's going to be everywhere. And so I would like, for the sake of the broader community and industry, if they gave the Game Awards a little bit of breathing room. Now, maybe their attitude, one of the things that the CEO actually said, which I thought was kind of interesting, was that he was like, yeah, we are, I think he said, terrified of competition at all times. And I was like, that, on the one hand, I think is a healthy attitude to have. Like, you never want to be overly confident.
Armored car, and
You
it
always
instantly
have to assume that your
disappears. Great,
competitors have
perfect.
Something that you don't. I don't know if it was terrified or like he's always very worried of something basically akin to that, where they're never resting on their laurels. They're always trying to assume that other competitors are doing stuff that could push them over. And so maybe his attitude is just like, we don't give a crap about the Game Awards. Like, yeah, we want to dominate headlines. We don't want anybody
There it is.
talking about any other
Instantly
game other than
disappeared.
GTA
Great, perfect.
6.
Love that.
So we're gonna announce it
right here.
Maybe not even at the Game Awards. Maybe just the morning of, like just to screw with everybody.
During the Game Awards.
During the
and
Game-
not being at the Game
Dude,
Awards.
can you imagine?
That was yeah, that would be insane. Like that was actually that happened with Gamescom. A few
Get out,
years
please.
ago,
Thank you very much.
2021, When Sony bought Insomniac, that happened. They announced that during the Gamescom.
Fuck outta
opening
here.
live, and then Jeff Keighley was like in his ear.
Holy
"Wait,
shit,
I'm
what the
hearing
fuck was that,
Sony bought
Goku?
Insomniac. It was really weird because it was talking about this other game. So then Jeff would be like, dude.
Excuse me?
I would have loved to have that announcement. I mean, there are things with Jeff immediately after they dropped the tweet from, hey, GTA is coming early December, or the trailer. Jeff immediately put, hey, watch the Game Awards December. So there are rumblings of like liking tweets, like people are checking everything. I think it's gonna be separate though, because they don't want to share the space, and also the Game Awards is like at a pretty bad time for the rest of the world. Like in the US it's in the evening, and that's in Europe it's like very late, it's like 3 a.m. So I think they want to grab like a spot, like they put out this tweet at like a very early
Yeah,
morning.
6
on-
a.m.
This
where I'm
loser.
at. Yeah.
Yeah. So if they're doing that, like they could have waited a few hours because the investor call was like 6 hours later. So I think they're going for that like sweet spot. I think they're gonna do their own thing because you would imagine if you want to be part of Game Awards, you probably have to pay up as well, I think. And there might be companies that are like, I don't want to be in the same show as GTA 6, so that might also cause some issues.
Yeah, I said on the podcast yesterday, or on the stream yesterday, I said, dude, if I put myself in the position of like somebody at PlayStation that just worked with
So
Jeff
much money. Hold on, guys. I
like,
need your money.
for Marathon revealed or something, I would be calling Jeff right now and be like, listen, tell me right
Blink
now.
twice if you have the trailer.
Blink twice, because I'm going to be very upset if our stuff gets drowned out because of it. And that's why I think, like, I don't know Jeff's ultimate motivations with Game Awards, if it's just about raw view counts or what. But if he cares about, I think, the general health of the industry, it would be better if he let GTA be announced somewhere else, or the trailer drop somewhere else.
Ooh,
Otherwise, everything else that happens at the Game Awards is going to be an afterthought. I mean, you could have another Bill Clinton rabbi thing happen, and nobody would be.
And we're on a main street. Hold on, this is
Yeah,
perfect.
it would be like drought.
Watch out, watch out.
I
I got pedestrians to hit.
And what you usually
there's so
see
many
with
of
the
you.
Game Awards, like the biggest announcements happen
Watch out.
either at the start.
Oh,
because
they
that's
don't even
when
see
most
it coming.
people are watching, or at the end
Oh,
because
fuck.
that's the final thing you kind of remember. And so GTA will be either at the start. Well, if it's at the start, everyone will be tuning out because they're like,
What the
okay,
fuck
I'm gonna,
is it?
like,
What did I
watch the
hit?
trailer now. I'm gonna watch all the TikToks that people made about it, and yeah, then all the other stuff will kind of not be
That
nice.
thing
And I don't
turns
think
like
Rockstar wants to
ass.
be at the end when the least people are watching. So
I'm gonna
I think
hit
they're
the
gonna
flying
do
guy.
it the December way. It is just very interesting. They say early December. They could have said December, early December, December 7th. It lines up perfect.
Watch out, guys. Here we
Maybe
go.
Jeff is like really kind of sweating right now. Like, please don't do it
Dear
on
God.
December 7th.
Can you
Or December
just,
6th.
dude, the pure chutzpah. Like, what would Jeff do? I bet they have a contingency plan. Like, let's assume Jeff doesn't have the trailer locked down.
Yeah.
And so he's like, oh, well, we're going to put the show on. They're doing it early December. There's a possibility they drop
Getting
it like in the middle
so
of the show.
many
just
of
to
you.
mess
You
with
guys
it.
are so
Like,
good
do they have a
today.
contingency plan where they have an extra
Wow.
5 minutes in the show.
I'm getting a
To
sticker.
just be like, right after the mobile games, just be like, and here's Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah,
the trailer
they,
just
they,
dropped.
they do as they're just like launching the YouTube trailer.
Yeah, they just, you see the YouTube player hit
Nope,
play.
get up.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I
They'd
mean,
have
we
to.
don't know. Maybe like Jeff.
Turn the sirens off. Nope, it's gonna explode. Hit some more, hit some more, hit some more.
One time.
Hit some more.
Fill his
Fuck.
video,
Yeah,
opening, like,
or gave a
maybe they
really
have
good
some
back
sort of
rub or
beef
something.
Do I have all my
Yeah.
rampage crushes?
Where he's like, we're gonna
I
get
do.
this man once and for all.
I mean,
Let's
I
drop the
wouldn't,
trailer.
I wouldn't put it past.
I
Take
just need the
Two. Take
ambulance
Two
and
is
the
like,
armored trucks.
They don't give 2Fs. Like, they're gonna do what they think is best for them. And
Oh, yeah.
honestly, I can understand why. Their stock. I mean, everybody assumes that the guys behind GTA and Red Dead would be like the kings of the industry and would be just swimming in cash. But like, Take-Two Interactive as a stock, as a company, has had troubles in recent years. Like, yeah, they have a handful of really huge franchises, but they're no Activision. Like, Activision has Call of Duty, which every year does
Hey, boys.
gangbusters. Not to mention all of their other live service games. Take-Two has like Grand Theft Auto Online. Which
Stop
is a
shooting
game
at
from
them.
10 years ago. They have Red
And
Dead
NBA.
2.
That's
and
what
NBA.
that's what's keeping them alive. It's really Rockstar.
I got you,
and
boys.
NBA.
I'm
Yeah.
free to
The
go.
rest doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And like that is kind of crazy because last year they had as their big
I'll
like
kill
off
Dex.
title was Midnight Suns.
Since
that
he
didn't
wants
do
it so
anything.
bad.
And they had like Tales from the Borderlands that
Dex,
nobody bought.
get over here.
So, and the year before that, I can't even remember. Like Borderlands 4 or 3, I think.
Man,
was-
this
but
Sin
that was
Orb, what the fuck?
the last big title they really had. Maybe Wonderlands as well, but that's also kind of like a Borderlands property.
I mean, you are
Apart from that,
forgetting.
yeah.
You're forgetting about probably the biggest and most impressive.
Man, this is just glitched.
The Grand Theft Auto Remastered Collection, which we all
Oh,
know.
I was thinking about Red Dead Redemption Remastered for the PS4.
Oh, yeah,
launched
yeah.
2 months ago.
Yeah, just a straight port. They're like, it's not even a remaster. We're not even gonna joke about it. And then they added 60 FPS support, and they just
Oh,
don't
yeah.
mention it. Like,
Yeah.
the one thing everybody wanted, they're like, no, nobody's gonna care about that. Just put it in.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is if you look
Yeah.
at, I had somebody on
Just looking for a
Twitter reach out to me, and
ambulance.
they're like,
Let me know
so
if you guys
clearly
seen one.
investors are not that impressed with Grand Theft Auto 6 and don't think it'll do well.
wanna go to a
because
part
you
of the
can see
city
the
where-
stock is not actually
Yeah, this is a
higher
main
than it
street.
was
This is
even
pretty
back
good.
in
You can go all the way
mid-July.
up and
Stock
all
was
the way up
higher
and
in
down here.
mid-July, and we just got GTA 6 announced. So clearly,
Can I have an objection to that, or are you gonna do it?
yeah,
yourself?
I'm going to explain why that's bafflingly stupid. The one thing is just you have to remember.
I'll wait for one to come here.
Like, investors are
What
not
the fuck?
in a vacuum. Like investors
I didn't do that.
and the people that do all the crazy.
That
price
wasn't me.
models to figure out what these companies are worth. They are building this out on like 5, 10, 15, 20 year time spans. So they're not just evaluating the company based on how it is exactly today. They're figuring out, okay, well, if right now the company's worth X, but because next year we're going to get GTA 6, which is going to add $2.5 billion to revenue, blah, 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 that is going to make it worth X plus Y, and so then it's worth more. And so all of this is already priced in. That's why it's so funny when people are like, with Phantom Liberty, for example, when Phantom Liberty came out and people were like, oh, clearly it was a financial disaster for Cyberpunk or for CDPR. And it's like, no, like they're pricing things for the company as a whole. This one little thing that we can identify right now, sure, it matters, but investors have known this was coming for years and years and years.
On the other end, though, it did jump. Like, it is kind
The
of weird
fuck was that?
because if you were smart, you bought like
Rambulance, perfect.
the moment these take two stocks.
Oh, it's
and
hitting other
of
people
course they're
too.
gonna make
It's
it
my
like
job.
GTA. Like because if we look at
Oh
it
fuck, man.
from
Why does he keep
max,
getting
we
out?
made a
Get the
first
fuck in
target
there,
of
Gat.
$5.90.
There we go.
We're now at 100.
Perfect,
40,
perfect.
46.
Oh, there's
But
so
the
many of
highest
you.
was like 200 back in
What the fuck did I explode on? A motorcycle?
And
What?
you can bet your horse on it that it's gonna go back
Come on,
to 200.
get hit.
Like GTA 6 is gonna set everything on
Come on,
fire.
come on.
The other factor with this
I'm in an ambulance. Why am I?
is
What
just
the
with
fuck is
inflation,
blocking me?
the dollar's worth a lot.
What is bouncing me around like a fucking ball?
So, like $200 in 2021 is not the same as a $200 stock today.
Oh my god, that one street
What I
pole
mostly
fucking
meant is that
flopped me?
because,
What?
yeah, sure,
Why?
people look at it from the long haul, but on
I
the
just
other
crashed
hand,
that
when
one.
it was like announced, like on
This game is
Tuesday,
so
November
fucking
7th,
weird,
it was
man.
135.
What a fucking
And then
disappointment.
when the Jason Schreier report came and they officially announced it, it
I'm coming.
jumped by $12. So there are still investors that are suddenly awake. What? A new GTA game? Let's get in on the action.
Right, and that's the
Sidewalk,
kind of,
love those.
yeah, absolutely, and that's the kind of bump you expect to see from what are known as like retail investors.
No, go to the
yeah, yeah.
fucking side.
And
God, this
so
thing
that's
turned
more like
horrible. Jesus
casual,
fucking
not
Christ.
industrial,
I got these dickheads on my asshole.
you know, people like you and me that might have $2 grand or $5 grand or 10 grand to throw into a company, and we're like, oh, they announced it, or it's going to be announced, so I'm going to buy it right now. And when a million people put $5 grand each into a stock, it's going to, you know, bid it up pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, it's just with all of this, GTA 6 has been expected for a very long time, so it's no
Yeah, yeah,
shock.
yeah.
Oh
that,
god,
that it's
fuck off.
garnering a ton of attention. And I think, you know, we all predicted that Rockstar
Oh
was
my
going to come in
dick.
and just announce it their own way and probably do an announcement for an announcement. And, you know, when they drop
Yeah.
the trailer, it's
The
going to blow up.
The most expensive tweet that cost them 1 second.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, just need a
There's
few
like-
more of you.
One last thing
Literally
regarding
two
business,
more,
we
come
talked
on.
about it in the chat as well, like a steep
Oh,
upward
thank God.
We can, like,
Holy
touch on that in a
shit.
second. And Mafia, isn't that also from Take-Two? Says Fossil. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, Mafia has been like on the, like they made of course that
Armored
remake,
cars.
that did pretty well for them, and Hangar 13, which did Mafia 3. They were
Alright, we
actually
gotta
making
find.
new
Well, we
IP
gotta
with
wait for
superheroes
armored
and stuff,
cars to
kinda-
show up.
It seemed kind of the boys-like, but that sadly got cancelled I think 2 years ago. So they're now doing Mafia 4. Yeah, like they're now doing a new Mafia game, but that will be a while. But yeah, Mafia is still a thing, but that's obviously, yeah, not as big as all the other stuff. That I mean, it has a lot of potential, but it's not really something that is moving the needle. But yeah, one thing, and that's also why it's kind of weird that the stock is rising when they say the word Grand Theft Auto. While earlier this year they already.
I didn't
said
do that.
they
Why
were
the fuck do I have
expecting
notoriety?
$1
Leave
billion
me alone.
next year during the financial
Jesus
year,
Christ.
between April 2024 and March 2025.
It still didn't wipe my notoriety. What the
In
fuck,
general,
man?
like, with just the NBAs and the GTA
Leave me the
Onlines,
fuck
GTA
alone.
5 now sold 190 million copies. In the last 3 months, it sold 5 million units. It's 10-year-old. 10 years
Which
old.
just
Which-
like really let that sizzle. Spider-Man 2 has
Yo,
sold
yeah.
5 million since it launched, and this 10-year-old game in a month.
How did
is
I get
actually
notoriety back? How the
Yeah.
fuck did that
How-
happen?
ridiculous. Like
And
it's
now,
selling
like,
more
with the
than like
holiday.
chess. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's like people bought GTA 5 with their PS4s and Xbox Ones, and now this holiday there are gonna be a lot of people that buying PS5s and Xbox Series with
Yeah.
GTA 5.
I'll be real.
Uh,
though. I'm always like, how are there still people that need it? You know, like I get it that they might have bought it on like PS3 or PS4, but and so like they're buying another copy now. But like, I
Yeah.
just it blows my mind every single time I see sales numbers for GTA 5. It just is.
I mean, it's like every year one of the best-selling games. It's
Mhm.
crazy because if it sells like 5 million.
Holy shit, they're sending the fucking army after this car. What the fuck was that?
That's more than some. Like I think, yeah, Hogwarts Legacy I think sold a bit more than that. But that's crazy. But yeah, my point was like they still think they will hit that 8 billion in revenue. Although
Fuck off.
they did lower it a bit, so they think they're close to the 8 billion, but maybe will not hit it. But yeah, I do think that still means that they're expecting GTA 6 before April 2025. So yeah, they are probably aiming for the holiday. It might be early, and we know Rockstar. Maybe they will push it to fall 2025. But at least at this time, we're still expecting it for the next 12 to 14 months. So,
It's gonna be a crazy ride, and I just again for everybody buckle up because if you thought like Starfield hype was getting ridiculous,
That's nothing.
nothing compared to this. It's gonna be sheer.
I want to look at like the Google Trends already. That would
Oh,
be
that's a good idea. Yeah, it's just like Grand Theft Auto is so much bigger than I think a lot of people realize. It's just madness. So like if we just directly compare Starfield and then GTA 6, this is
it's for me. It's Starfield is still winning.
we have to do Grand Theft Auto as a series. Yeah, I think I have to do Grand Theft Auto as a series. I mean, like with Google Trends, you have to select like Starfield. That's why console game. If we do this, like Grand Theft Auto through November, let me go all the way back. Can I do? No, that's that. How do I do past 90
Yeah,
days?
I see as a series. Yeah.
So Starfield shoots up a lot, of course, right around launch time. And then it starts to sizzle out a little bit. I wonder if I can do, okay, let me go back to like 2013. Like you can see right around the time of October 2013, like GTA was at like double Starfield's interest. I mean a little under double. But crazy, crazy high interest. And then it, you know, it sizzles out. Still extremely freaking high for a game that's so old. But I would not be shocked at all if GTA 6 is something like double even what GTA 5 was, if not
Because
like triple.
we're now comparing it to a game that is already released versus a game that we don't even have the trailer for.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be wild, and it's especially interesting in an age where, I mean, in 2013 or 2011 when GTA 5 came out, like YouTube and streaming and all that stuff wasn't as big. So I'm really curious to see how it's gonna take over the world in this sort of new digital era.
You blew it.
Uh,
Just think about that forever.
like, and what I also looked
Now
up
pay
is,
us
like,
tolls.
we had that GTA 5 trailer in 2011, and that was like 1 minute and 28 seconds, and it took a full year before we got the trailer. So buckle up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be dead for a long time.
But just wait for all of those GTA channels that every week are
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
find a way to have 5 videos on the one trailer we've had for a year.
Yeah.
But I
that
mean,
leaf moved.
here's
Did you see
yeah,
it?
I didn't realize this before. The pixel shift. I do have a question for you, and it's something somebody brought up in stream on stream yesterday. they've said a lot of like vague things where they want this next entry of Grand Theft Auto to be like transformational for digital entertainment. They want it to revolutionize gaming and interactive media, which can mean anything. But what some people have interpreted it as is allowing for like Spotify integration directly into the game. So when you're driving around, you can play your own Spotify playlists. So then Rockstar doesn't have to pay licensing fees. They just partner with Spotify. You know, other things like in the game, you maybe have it so in the game on your TV in your house, you can log into Netflix and watch Netflix in the game using your Netflix account.
The metaverse is real.
Metaverse, dude. Mark Zuckerberg is gonna be so into it. But like, my question is, do you think that that's all just speculative nonsense, or could you actually see a world in which that takes place?
To be honest, I don't really care about that stuff. Like, I'm not gonna use it. I think because I can also just play the game and have Spotify on my PC or on my phone or whatever. Like, I care about the. I care about like, did they finally improve the shooting mechanics? And like very important parts. And I also remember for the first time playing GTA 5 on the PS3, that just seeing the sort of random events that would happen in the world, be kind of blown away by that, because at that point we did not really see that. So I just hope that it really pushes, just like Red Dead Redemption 2, the open world genre forward once again. And if we saw these sort of random events in Red Dead Redemption 2, it's still the best we've ever seen, where you're constantly surprised, is this person going to like rip me off, or are they really in need of help? Like, stuff like that is just so amazing. So yeah, I just hope that I don't care about all that sort of metaverse stuff. I just want like a cool story.
Yeah.
We know we have two characters.
Dex, you piece of shit, you never learn your goddamn lesson.
That the
Die.
combat, without like, of course, keeping it
Where are you?
realistic. I do
Your
hope
money
they
now.
focus a bit more on quality of life though, because that is something that was really missing for me in Red Dead Redemption 2, where if your horse would die in the middle of the desert, good luck, you have to walk for 30 minutes. I get it. Wasn't fun though. So I hope there are, of course, GTA, different type of game you can probably just call
I
it.
kind of want to get the Ark of the Covenant
Like,
again.
I hope
That's fun.
they make sure to kind of go more into the balance of what is fun and what is realistic, and kind of meet in the middle there. And yeah, I just hope that in particular the world is just way more that we can way more interact with the world this time, going to more buildings. Yeah. We already had that in GTA 5, but I hope they're just that they were really impressed by what they've done as like an open world type game.
Let's play.
And how they're gonna expand it over time, and hopefully also in terms of single player, that they're not forgetting that this time.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. I would much rather them announce that, you know, they've quadrupled the number of dynamic interactions than hearing that you can log into, I think somebody said in chat, you can log into Pornhub in the game. Like, that doesn't matter too much. It would actually be funny, Leo, saying, yeah, you can play GTA 5 in your living room in GTA 6.
Yeah.
Honestly, it might actually be technically possible, given how powerful the PS5 is compared to like the PS3, which ran this thing before, which is comparatively basically a toaster.
But
So-
you have to buy a new copy though.
yeah, they make you. Dude, can you imagine? They make you pay another $60 a game. Oh, that'd be so good. So anyway, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We'll see. I
Yeah.
totally expect the
That'd be
trailer to be
fascinating.
very very lean. Probably just a tone setting trailer. I would guess no more
Yeah,
than
yeah.
90 seconds. And it's going to ignite the internet for a little while. And I guess, you know, we can take bets now and we can reference this later. Do you think the trailer or parts of the trailer leak before it drops?
No.
You don't think so? Maybe just to play devil's advocate, I'll say sure. Yeah, why not? Because
I think they're gonna be like AI, like there are going to be people that make this weird like sort of blurry shot where it's like, oh, my dad works at Rockstar and I was walking in the living room and he was watching it. Like there will be like weird things like that, but I don't think the actual trailer.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated by the security stuff that they have involved with this. Like, the sheer level of intense security protocols they must be practicing in order to keep all of this data locked down.
Oh yeah.
It's
Oh, but
gotta
they-
be
yeah.
just crazy.
I mean, they had a rude awakening earlier this year. Was it this year? I don't know. I don't remember. The
I don't
GTA
remember when.
leak.
Yeah, maybe late last year.
Was
I'm
it
not
last
sure.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it would. But yeah,
My
that was
favorite
a
ride in the
crazy
park.
Wake up call for them, and that wasn't even with an employee. That was with
No.
somebody just getting in, which is even crazier. So I don't know. It was last September. Okay. Well,
Because I looked at the first GTA 5 trailer. It's pretty funny, by the way. If you look at the comments there, they're all from the last few days. Like, people are already like so hyped that they go back to the first GTA 5 trailer. That had 90 million views, by the way. And that is again when YouTube was kind of like, what do you think the number will be? 24 hours from the trailer. I mean, that will be hard to see, but maybe when we discuss it on the podcast, of course. Like, what do you think? Do you think it will already reach like 50 million? Probably, right? It's gonna be
I'd
insane.
say within 24 hours. Yeah. My question would be like, you know this, and people in chat might not, but even on YouTube today, there's a difference between like the stats that I can see that a
Yeah.
video's current stats show versus what you'll see when you click on the video. So like we had a video that went up Tuesday, and after like at the 24-hour mark, let's just say it said like 120,000 views when you clicked on the video on the page. But on my end, I see 150. And like YouTube's still processing it, still verifying views. And it goes back to
Yeah.
way back in the day when this is how you know if you're a real G of YouTube. Remember when it was stuck at 301 plus views?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's
yeah,
a throwback,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They just
And
freeze
they
it.
are right now doing real-time likes though, and real-time views. So that's kind of cool. So
Yeah.
even if you, so they are updating.
Ah, damn.
I saw a proto saying, Joran Luke, did you see that on the Mass Effect trailer? They didn't even have 500,000 views, and I saw that
Armored
as well
car?
because I was looking at it today. And that's,
No.
yeah, I mean Mass Effect still has like a huge audience, of course, but yeah, that's not a lot. But it was also like a weak trailer. It's like the teaser where one person walks around.
Armored
walks
car.
down the hall,
Yeah.
And then you have the logo.
And then the
It's
news
like, what the
drops that it's allegedly still
Oh yeah.
like 2029. Yeah, and so it's like I don't know how much how much weight to put into this.
Need your
Um,
car?
But yeah.
Thank you very much.
Finish this off because we got some other stuff to talk
Yeah.
about as well. We both think it's not gonna be at the Game Awards then.
I don't think it's going to be at the Game Awards. I think they might even troll the Game Awards and drop it like just before or during.
I hope that they
Dude.
That would be fat. That would be
I'd lose it.
awesome.
Poor Jeff. If that happens, poor Jeff. I can just see
Yeah,
him
yeah.
calling Kojima, crying. Did you see what they did?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about some other baffling stuff, and we'll kind of clip our way through these other topics relatively quickly. So a lot of stuff happened in the last like few days in the gaming space. A lot of companies gave statements, financial earnings calls, and stuff like that.
Sounds really boring.
Super boring, but that's why.
No,
Twitter-
I think it's fascinating.
slash Exorcist. So there was this clip from Warner Brothers CEO David Zaslav. Now, this is the company behind some of the most horribly monetized games in recent memory. Famously, they did like Shadow of War, which was so terrible that they ended up having to patch out all of the loot boxes because they were so
I
bad.
love that game.
And then they also are doing Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, which was one of the most mass disliked videos also in recent memory, even with dislikes disabled, like not visible. It still was mass downvoted because people hated it that much as just a live service monstrosity. So what they said was, quote, "Our focus is on transforming our biggest franchises from largely console and PC based with 3 to 4 year release schedules to include more always on gameplay through live services, multi-platform, and free-to-play extensions with the goal to have more players spending more time on more platforms. Ultimately, we want to drive engagement and monetization of longer cycles and at higher levels We have put specific capabilities. We are currently under scale and see significant opportunity to generate greater post-purchase revenue. Literally everything he says is the opposite of what he should be saying to make gamers happy. Like if you put into ChatGPT, make a corporate statement about monetization in games that's gonna piss off every gamer on the planet, it would generate this. Maybe not even this bad. Like AI is not that advanced. Like this is crazy.
But he was not talking to us though. He was talking to investors, and that is what they
Sorry,
want
this
to
thing's
hear.
going off. I don't know how to stop
and,
it.
And to give people some context as well, so when
There we
he is talking about their biggest franchises, he's talking about Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, DC, which is mainly Batman today, and Mortal Kombat. With Mortal Kombat, of course, already being kind of a live service. Yeah, DC, we know Suicide Squad is coming. But yeah, people are already like, okay, so Rocksteady, they're after Suicide Squad, hopefully are going back to Batman to have a safe bet. But yeah, it seems like that will be some sort of live service then as well. I think it's like on one hand, I kind of get it. On the other hand, it's like he lives in a vacuum and is not looking at what his portfolio is doing. Because the biggest game they released this year was Hogwarts Legacy, which is a single player RPG. And it sold like 20 million or probably even more units. It's coming to Switch next week. It's insane. On the other hand, you have Suicide Squad that everyone is like, we don't want this. It's not. Yeah, this doesn't look great. Why the heck are there purple weak spots and gear and stats on my Suicide Squad character? Why does Harley Quinn's baseball bat deal 10% more bleeding damage than this? Like, what the heck is going on here? They had to delay that by a year. So that was not for him like, maybe we should not have these single-player studios make live service games. No, instead, they're doing the complete opposite. They also had multiverses, remember that. They also tried that as a live service, and then, yeah, it's now gone and it's coming back later, and we don't know how they're gonna do it. It's super interesting how the one thing that worked for them, Hogwarts Legacy, actually made them be like, okay, we have to do the other things that did not work for us. So I find that very interesting. And also Mortal Kombat, it launched, sold only 3 million copies. That's for Mortal Kombat, not very good actually. I think the older titles, or like even the previous one before this, sold way better. So that is also interesting. So again, it's kind of weird. Like on paper, again, it's amazing because they are probably, instead of looking at the fact, oh, Hogwarts Legacy did very well for us. Why is that? Okay, people want single-player games with a cool story that you can finish, blah, blah, blah. They are probably looking at it, why are we not making more money from those people that play Hogwarts
God
Legacy?
damn it.
If we had a live service component, we would still be making money right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's where like the term corporate greed actually applies. People so often, it's one of my pet peeves, people will throw out the term corporate greed to just mean like, can you believe they adjusted the prices of video games to be commensurate with inflation? Corporate greedy pigs. And I'm like, well guys, like they're keeping the rates level with inflation. Like I don't like it. I'd prefer if things were cheaper, of course, but I can understand it. It's not just pure greed. In this case, they made well over $1 billion on Hogwarts Legacy.
In May. So
May.
that was 3 months, like less than 3 months after the game came out.
Before it came on PS4, before it came on Xbox One, and it's coming to Switch. Before all of that, they made over $1 billion. And now they're like, that's really good. Way better than they probably expected. That's really good. If we just started selling some live service crap.
Yeah.
Put in Hogwarts Legacy first, and it's $100 a year subscription to get new wands like every month. That's great.
Yeah. It's really like they look at it, hey, we can make more money, instead of thinking, wait, maybe that live service model is like losing us money because less people will be interested, etc., etc.
Yeah. It's a total misunderstanding. Yeah, it's just a reversal where they think you can just add, and every executive seems to do this, where they just add like live service into single player campaigns, or like they take single player studios like Rocksteady, force them to do live service and expect it to just magically work, and it just doesn't work that way. People will be like, well, no, now I don't want it. And they're like, what do you mean? But it's from the guys you like. Like, what are you talking
Yeah, and
about?
Fortnite is big. Don't you like Fortnite?
Don't you all
No,
have
we have
phones in Fortnite? Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I do want to say one thing which was kind of interesting after listening to the Take-Two investor call as well, and that is that Strauss Zelnick, the CEO, talked about, like, one of the investors was asking, why are you not making more TV shows or movies? And Strauss was really like, that is kind of a hard business because the risk, or like, he put it this way, the best run, like, movie studios have like a 30% hit rate for movies, while in games the success rate is way higher, and actually the profit you can make from games is also way higher if you have a good game, because yeah, with a movie you're just paying way much, there's way more royalties involved, blah blah, versus with a game that you make in-house. So I think that might also be where the guys at Warner Bros are coming from. They have this other business, this TV business, this movie business, and they're looking at the games and like, Hogwarts Legacy made us 1 billion, and like probably more than 500 million of that is profit. Let's focus on that more. Let's do that more. But they're taking the wrong sort of cues from that, obviously, because they're not solely a game CEO. They're
All
also,
right, let's get those armored
they're
cars.
Like, wait, we can also sell skins
Yes.
for $20 and then have like $19 profit.
That
That's
sounds
great.
amazing.
Yeah. So they might be coming from that. I thought it was interesting from the Take-Two CEO, but also I do think a GTA Online Harry Potter game, if they do it right, could be really really big. So it's like I still see what, like, they have to, if they do it right, there is, like, people have been asking for a Pokemon MMO and a Harry Potter MMO since I've been gaming, like forever. So, and I do think that if they use the world that they created for Hogwarts Legacy, make some sort of co-op into it, and then have the seasons and the events, like, I do think there is something there, but they should not think that it's like a shoehorn and that it's like totally going to work, and etc etc.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
yeah.
we'll see. I agree. I think the caveat is always, if it's done well, it could be great. And sometimes, you know, they blow us away. I think Hogwarts Legacy is a great example of them just kind of surpassing all expectations, and it's just like a really solid game from a relatively unknown studio. And it's like, it's just there. I didn't like the one thing they did with the exclusive quest on PS5, which is like far and away the best side quest in the entire game.
It will be out in a few months.
In a few months, you can
PC,
finally
yeah,
play it on
the
PC.
Xbox.
But like, I didn't like that. But other than that, I thought everything they did was like just really solid. There's
Yeah.
so much to that game, and so maybe they'll surprise us. And honestly, after Hogwarts Legacy,
Are these the snipers?
they probably have a lot of bargaining
In the
power
den?
within
Oh, yeah.
the executives. So they're like, trust
I gotta get
us,
one more
don't
armored
make us
car.
do that crap. So
But yeah, you would think Rocksteady has that as well, so I'm kind of worried. But I do think the sort of like premise of a Hogwarts Legacy 2, what are you gonna do? I do think that just setting it in Hogwarts again, with like a bigger world outside of the Hogwarts, and oh, we suddenly have the Chamber of Secrets, like some new parts of Hogwarts unlocked, but the rest of it is kind of updated. I don't think they will make the same splash. While I do think using that world as a sort of multiplayer hub and kind of going the GTA route where you're using the same world, but then with multiplayer, it doesn't matter that it's then the same world because the experience will be different. So it will be interesting to see where they go, but I just hope that they don't forget that also a lot of players played Hogwarts Legacy because it was a single player game. Like a lot of people in my like environment, like friends and stuff that never play games, they played Hogwarts Legacy. I don't think they will play an online version of it.
I agree.
Although, yeah.
I think
So
the multiplayer stuff could be successful. I think Harry Potter as a franchise is an extremely narrative
yeah.
thing. Like, it's all about world building, immersion, the ambiance, all of that. And I think a lot of that is lost when you go multiplayer and you're swarmed by other players, or especially in like the context of an MMO, or in the context of just playing with your friends. I think it works better through co-op, for example. But I still don't think it works as well as just a single player game. And as for how they make a sequel more interesting, I mean, I totally agree. I think Hogwarts has to remain there.
Let's go to
a little
this
bit, 'cause
island.
Hogwarts itself is a character in these stories, so it's always got to be there. But I think you're going to see them take trips to London. They're going to have quests in Azkaban and all sorts of stuff like that, and you'll start to traverse a lot more. And
Yeah.
so
I would love them to go like to a completely different school. That's then they have way more freedom as well.
I mean, that would be
I think that
awesome,
would
yeah.
be really cool. But I'm not sure if that will have the same appeal for people because it's like nostalgia mostly.
yeah, I mean that's a great question because that would be building on the lore and the canon of the series, which is perhaps maybe that's exactly what people want. Maybe that would be a turn on. I'm not sure. We're gonna find out though. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna find out.
Or you can like pick your school where you go to, so you have like different play schools.
Oh, dude, that'd be crazy.
That would be great.
Crazy.
But yeah, we're not gonna see that because they want you to buy that one for $20 in a Helix pack with a cool skin for your Griffin.
$20.
Wanna make sure that your plants grow faster. Pay up now.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that that's not a thing in there. Because when I saw in those trailers
No.
the timed
Oh, yeah.
plants growing, I was like, oh no, and then it ended up
Maybe
being
it
okay.
was. Maybe it was because
Maybe?
that was really because I think Gotham Knights also had like plans for a lot of microtransactions that also I think did not happen.
Yeah.
So maybe that was like kind of their approach, and they were like, yeah, but let's try and get these games right first.
Maybe, I mean, I'm really hoping, and again, I would just love to talk to devs. Shout out to any devs out there that want to speak anonymously with me about the development process of these games. Because I just am interested. Like, I would love to know if in Gotham Knights there were microtransactions and like loot boxes and stuff for all of those crafting materials you had. And then they did like play tests and it was received horribly because of that.
Yeah, or the Shadow of War thing happened. It's
Or
kind
the
of like
Shadow of War,
what
yeah.
happened. Yeah, what happened with Battlefront that also like got a lot of people scared. Let's tone that down.
Yeah. Like when Disney has to step in and be like, what are you doing? Stop it. Like, you know, it's pretty
Yeah.
bad.
On the other hand, though, Avatar, hold on to your Benji because they're going hard. They're gonna be tons of Helix packs. or
Oh man,
item
I'm
packs.
so ready for it. I'm so fun. Okay, let's see. One of the other things that was, I mean, this is, I guess it could be seen as a positive in the realm of live service video game development. Sony came out with some surprising news. What was that news, Mr. Doraptor?
Yeah, so we talked about it before on the podcast that they were planning to do 12 live service games for before April 2026, which was like kind of, oh my god, how are you gonna do that when you have nothing announced yet, like you're not doing a lot of live service games? Well, yeah, that was kind of legit because they now pushed 6 of those games to a point beyond that March 2026 window. So now they still expect to launch 6 live service games in the next 2 years, which is still quite a lot, but we of course know about some of them. During the PlayStation Showcase, Concord was announced, a new sort of sci-fi shooter. We know about Fair Games, of course, from Haven. Helldivers 2 might be one of those games. So yeah, they're still launching 6 of them, but the others were pushed for quality, that's to make sure that they will meet the quality expectations from gamers, and that seems like a good thing. Like The Last of Us multiplayer is probably one of those games that was planned for before April 2026, but of course, yeah, we know it's on ice. Maybe it will never come out. Maybe they will retool it, whatever. So yeah, more games have been delayed, similar to The Last of Us, and that happened because Bungie was of course bought by Sony, and then they made the rounds, went to every studio, and were like, hey, we can't sell horse skins in this game, so please retool the item shop.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, the way it was described earlier this year, and what they confirmed in this earnings call was that Bungie went around to pretty much, I guess maybe they sent their like monetization managers or something, I don't know, but they went to all of these different studios working on live service games, and they completed what they called a quote-unquote rigorous portfolio review, where they went through all of these live service games that were scheduled and just kind of pushed and prodded, tried to see if this was actually going to be successful. Again, it's really freaking funny to hear that Bungie was assigned to this in light of recent news where they're missing revenue targets by 45%. Like, they're really, really struggling. But apparently, Bungie offered their expertise, and at least 6 of the games were not ready for prime time and would not live up to PlayStation's quality concerns. The current, or who's soon going to be the interim CEO of PlayStation after Jim Ryan
For
steps
maximum
down.
a year.
Yeah, he said, we're reviewing this. We are trying as much as possible to ensure that these games are enjoyed and liked by gamers for a long time. Of the 12 titles, 6 titles will be released by fiscal year 2025. That's our current plan. As for the remaining 6 titles, we're still working on that. That's the total number of live service and multiplayer titles. And mid to long term, we want to push this kind of service. And that's the unchanged policy of the company. It's not like we stick to certain titles, but game quality should be the most important thing, which I agree. Like I've said, the concept of a multiplayer, even like extraction shooter or battle royale, with the gameplay elements and the graphics of The Last of Us Part 2, I'm in. Like, that sounds awesome. I'd play that. Now, whether that meets their standards for monetization is the real question.
Yeah, but I think like with the problem with the game like that is that it's super hard to maintain because it probably costs a ton of money to make new content because of the high quality bar that they have and the hunger from the players. Like if they can only launch sizable sort of updates every 4 months that you can maybe finish in a few hours because it's like story based or whatever. That doesn't work, so I think that was probably one of the issues with that Last of Us game. But yeah, Sony is figuring out, live servers are hard. Like, the market is already super crowded, and the problem now is that the longer you wait, like, if you play Apex Legends now versus when it came out, it's a completely different game. It has so many features that you're kind of now expected to launch with if you want to compete. So these games have to come out in a way better state than the older. Like, remember when Fortnite, the first game came out, like the Battle Royale, it was like nothing. It was like basically nothing.
I mean, it's technically an afterthought. Like, Nikki still has her copy because she bought it in stores. I think it was $40.
Oh,
and
the
it had
Save
the
the
like
World,
single player, the Save the World campaign, which now I don't think you can even play anymore. I think it's completely gone. Maybe it's like a separate mode you can launch.
No, it's gone. I think. Yeah, they RIP'd it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's we're gonna be curious. We will follow it. But yeah, 6 in 2 years means we will probably see 3 of them in the next 12 months. But yeah, I don't know. So far, I'm not that excited. I want to see that Horizon Online game. But that is like the one. And I think the Ghost of Tsushima, I'm not sure if you played the Legends mode that they had. Yeah, that was amazing. So if they have like a full game of that, that should be good.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. There, like we said, there's 3 in the next 12 months, and then 3 in the following 12. Like, you're talking probably 1 for spring, 1 for summer, 1 for winter, or for the holidays. Like, there's going to be a lot, and this is why I've tried to warn people. Buckle up, because you're going to see a lot of announcements from PlayStation with franchises you probably know and love that are all live service games. And they're still working on the single player stuff, but it's going to very quickly feel as though PlayStation is just pumping out live service games.
Oh, but yeah, and I do think like they're obviously saying, yeah, we're still doing the single player stuff, but I think they could go the Rockstar route. What if one of those live service games is so popular and they're like, yeah, we can have. What if the Lost Us multiplayer game comes out and it's super popular? Like, they can be like, sure, Naughty Dog, you want to make a single player game, but you can also make a map pack for this, and it's gonna make you way more money. So let's slow down on the single player stuff. Obviously, I don't hope that will happen, but it's clearly the goal, right? They want to make more profit, and that is in live service games if it's successful.
Yeah.
But
no, exactly. I mean, I could see a situation where some of these like designers at a place like Naughty Dog are worried about that. Like, you're in a position where, like, as a developer, you might half hope that this is not successful because if it is,
Armored car.
like you
Perfect.
said,
I need you.
they're just
maybe that's why they That's why they didn't do their best for the multiplayer game. That's why it's now online.
Damn it.
Dude,
They're
can
like,
you
I don't-
imagine if they were like self-sabotaging? Because they're like, we don't want to become another mobile gamer or like online
Yeah.
studio. We don't want to. That would be very interesting.
Yeah.
You know, it's also very interesting. Some new
Ooh.
AC Red information.
Perfect, right here.
Yeah, but let's go to the Steam Deck first because we got a donation.
Oh yeah,
here.
yeah.
For Alvatron. You all hear about the Steam Deck OLED coming. That news broke while we were live. We also got the Zoomare. The fact that the current CEO Bavoon has not thanked the Warner Brothers stock yet proves rich people are out of touch.
Fully upgrade all
Yeah,
weapons.
we will see.
We're gonna
We
need
will
some
see. I
money.
mean, the gaming section for Warner Brothers, mostly because of Hogwarts Legacy, is doing very well. So so far there's nothing to worry
Where's
about.
that club at?
Yeah.
But yeah, the Steam OLED. I'm not sure if you have like the info in front of you.
Just
like
pulled it up. So
Oh, okay.
they have officially announced a new Steam Deck OLED. And this is funny. It was apparently leaked by an RSS feed error glitch. And so people like automatically posted articles about it. And within minutes, Steam just announced it. They're like, yeah, whatever. Screw it.
I mean, it's also coming November 16th,
Yeah.
so it's like very. I do remember though reading, I think not so long ago, that they were like, yeah, we're not gonna do a new Steam Deck anytime soon, but maybe they meant in terms of like internals.
yeah, that's my
But
assumption.
it's still like a
yeah.
better version.
Yeah, it's
that's
available
better.
starting the 16th. It comes with 512 and 1 terabyte options. As far as the screen, it's still 1280 by 800, which I don't think is that big a deal. It's a handheld. You don't need super dense resolutions. And it's on a new 7.4 inch diagonal display. Of course, it's OLED. It has a new 50 watt-hour battery for slightly longer battery life. 6 nanometer APU, Wi-Fi 6E, and a longer 2.5 meter charging cable. The 512 model, let's see, the 512 will be $550 in the States, and the 1 terabyte will set you back $650. And the original models will get price drops to $400 for the 256 gig version or $450 for the 512. So, interesting.
And the 1 terabyte option has an exclusive starter movie and an exclusive virtual keyboard key.
Wow. Now that's an upgrade.
Oh my
worth
god,
having.
this sounds like a sort of a pre-order bonus for a live service game.
Basically, yeah, that's funny. I mean, honestly,
I didn't do
for
this
me,
yet.
my biggest frustration with the Steam Deck right now is not at all the display. Sure, an OLED would be nice, but it's just that already in like 2 years, there's the Lenovo whatever that's coming. The
Where's my
Legion,
powers? What the
and
fuck?
what I have, ROG Ally, which has like twice the performance, and is a Windows device. So like you can just add Game Pass and download directly off Game Pass without any extra headaches of having to create separate like launch entities and manual code to make it launch properly. Like it just works better, and in my opinion, like it's just easier to use. So I don't see this pulling over a lot of people that really care about the like hardware inside, because of course it's the same device. It might be cheaper if you're getting a lower model that's had price reductions or something, but
Yeah.
I don't see this.
I mean, to
moving
be
the
fair
needle
though,
much.
when I switched to the Switch OLED, it was like, damn, that was pretty. But that screen was also a bit bigger, so that helped as well.
And they
That
have a
was
lot of
like-
exclusive titles too, and a lot of people, their consoles at that point were what, like 3, 4, 5 years old by the time they announced
Yeah.
the Switch OLED. So, like my OG Switch is kind of
Can I cancel that?
it's been through a
Yeah.
lot. it's pretty battered and beaten, so it makes sense for somebody to get another one. But yeah, they're doing it. I guess
I
it
think
can't
it's
hurt.
smart that they like launch it immediately, like because there's like a lot of competition, like kind of surprise them. I think it's smart.
It's definitely a Christmas product. Like it's something for you to get your significant other or a friend. If they've been talking about wanting a Steam Deck, if they've been saving up for it, this now is the definitive one you should probably get. So
Oh yeah.
in that sense, I think it does make sense.
I'm gonna get the Portal though, PlayStation Portal.
You're gonna get it. I'll ask you what it's like. I might have to make fun of you a little bit for it, just so you're ready.
But I'm like a sucker for it. because because I like also record on my PlayStation via the regular record function on my PlayStation. So a lot of the footage you see in my videos is recorded on the PlayStation, and with the portal I can still do that. So it will still be recorded on my PlayStation because it's just streaming to the portal. So that means that I can still record stuff, be in the bathtub, be in my bed, like perfect for me. It's like a very specific use case.
Yeah, that boggles my mind. I use like a Ninja 5 Atomos recorder onto like a big SSD, and like I get the footage off of that, and then I have to spend 2 hours converting it to like a usable bit rate. So
and
to
then
hear
you
that
look
you're
at
using
your
native stuff is crazy to me.
But then you look at the analytics and it's like 80% watch your video on mobile. It's like, okay, why do I even bother?
That actively gives me a migraine. I'm like, guys, you don't even know how much is going. Like, you don't know. Like 2 days ago, I spent something insane, like 2.5 hours trying to fix a very micro screen tearing issue that ended up being fixed, but for some reason, like playing a game on the gaming PC, having it go over and be captured with a cloned display wired out to a capture card in the streaming PC, it would have screen tearing. But when I set the monitor for the streaming PC to 60 hertz, no more screen tearing. Even though that should have nothing to do with the signal coming in or how it's being captured. For some reason that fixed it. But I don't understand why. I don't know. It just don't make any sense. But yeah, there's a lot of headaches that go into content creation that I don't think people know or appreciate, because frankly it's pretty boring and I don't blame them for that. What's not boring are Assassin's Creed leaks. Let's get to this real quick. And
okay, did you hear about them?
I did. I had
Are
somebody
they new to you?
somebody on stream actually reach out and shared these with me in kind of a bullet point format, which I put in the doc, which is handy. But why don't you give the quick and dirty breakdown?
Yeah, so remember, I think a few weeks ago on the podcast we talked about this Ubisoft Quebec writer who updated their LinkedIn to show the female lead for the game. And that kind of was for Jonathan, the French YouTuber who has a source inside Ubisoft, has been right many times. It was kind of like a starting shot. It was like, okay, if they're leaking it, I'm gonna go ahead as well. So he put up a video with a lot of new information. And while we are first really focused on, okay, they're gonna be two protagonists again, Saber Lord and Syndicate, they will both be in the world, we can switch between them, and way more than Syndicate, they really seem to be quite different in terms of gameplay. So that's gonna be exciting. And now we learned some extra things. So for one, the map will be bigger than Valhalla.
What the fuck? This guy's doing kung fu on me.
I want to hear your take on that. I'm like, let's go.
I mean, for me, it's all about the setting and the quality. For Odyssey, it kind of skews the calculation because so much of that was water, you know? Like, to say, like, oh, it's bigger than Odyssey or slightly smaller, doesn't really mean much because land mass is mostly what matters. But for Valhalla, or as we say here...
Oh, my bad. Didn't mean to do that.
Valhalla, I think it does, in fact, it could be a concern. It could be a concern because, like, England was so flat and so boring. It was just like generic forested land. Insert here. Like, there was nothing really unique about it. But if they have actual points of interest, unique cities and stuff, then I'm happy. Like, for me, it's mostly about cities, and hopefully we actually see some of those.
And I think they also said already, like a sort of confirmed detail, that of course with this being the first current gen title, that we should also, like, the forests should be way more dense. Like, it should be just the environment itself should also be more interesting to explore. Internet Mouse, it's me.
You're not XQC?
No. So, also what they seem to be kind of continuing, which we kind of saw in a limited fashion in Valhalla, where instead of having the icons, you saw like kind of like colored dots. Seems like in Red they are going to have even less markers and less guidance, so similar to Elden Ring. And Jonathan also said in his video that, like, Ubisoft titles have been doing this recently, where you have like the exploration mode and the guided mode. Guided is more traditional, where yeah, you're like, okay, there's the icon, I'm gonna go there. But exploration is like, look for this cave, and the town next to it will have a man standing right there. Like you kind of have to like figure out where you have to go. That seems to be the default mode in Red, and we don't know if there will be also a guided mode. So basically, they want you to explore a bit more than in previous Decent titles, which I think is a good thing. And one way to do that is the grappling hook. It should be like Sekiro, but it won't be that you're like shooting it and then you're like kind of zipping to it and then you're suddenly on the top of a building. No, it will be more like you're using it and then you still have to climb up that building, but it's probably used to, for example, if there are no things where you can like grab your hands, you can still, yeah, get up on that wall.
Which I think is
interesting.
I think it's a good middle ground between like the zip, you know, of something like Assassin's Creed Syndicate or Sekiro and the parkour systems that they've built, like making it so it's something that's not totally overpowered. I think is a good idea.
Yeah. And maybe this also means that while, of course, in Odyssey and Valhalla and Origin 1, you must climb everything, maybe that's not the case in Red anymore, which is also not the case in Mirage. Now, this is a big one, the ability to prone, like in Metal Gear Solid. And there should also then be different types of grass. So we have the typical tall grass, where if you crouch, you're already hidden. It seems like they're also making like small grass or whatever we want to call it, where you can only just prone and then be hidden. So yeah, that should totally like create some cool new stealth things. You can hide in the shadows now, extinguish torches, so basically create your own dark spots, so suddenly an enemy cannot see you. They're very like making it more like Splinter Cell, which I think is a cool thing. Like playing Mirage, it was cool they brought the stealth focus back, but at the core it was still very much the same stealth we had already for a long time. So finally improving on that with new stuff is really cool. So they're also bringing back gadgets. For Naoe, that's the female character, she can use a kunai, a shuriken, smoke bombs, and bells. And it was not known what the samurai sort of male character can use, but probably different tools. So yeah, that also should make probably the female character who's more like a ninja type assassin character more stealthy, while the samurai probably can still do stealth, but will have many tools that are better in melee combat. So you kind of switch between that. They also talked about a posture system similar to, yeah, Jonathan says Sekiro, but Ghost of Tsushima had that of course as well.
Yeah.
Where you kind of, depending on the enemy, change your posture and then try to, yeah, sort of break their defense. So they, yeah, you open them up for some powerful hits. Yeah, and that also means that the NPCs are a bit harder to take out, which is cool. And yeah, there are of course going to be a lot of camps. So you also have commanders, and then when you're like battling that commander, it also really sounded like Ghost of Tsushima. I don't think you have this sort of standoff at the end, but you can then at the end decide, am I gonna kill this commander, get his equipment, or am I going to turn this person into a spy for me, who will then find missions and other points of interest for me. So you can kind of, yeah, decide, do I want to have some extra info, or do I just take all the stuff? And that didn't work for me. There should be enemies with guns, which kind of hints at like a later setting, so maybe 16th century or something. Yeah, and that's interesting because we haven't seen those in the RPG games yet, and the graphics won't be quite like Star Wars Outlaws, but definitely be better than Valhalla and Odyssey, which makes sense because again, it's a current gen only game, and I think that's fine because I still think if you go back to Origins or something, it still looks pretty great. Yeah. So yeah, sounds pretty cool.
There's a lot. There's also, and again, I don't speak French, so I haven't been able to confirm this manually, but there was also apparently mention of a sort of spy system where there's camps with commanders inside of them. And when you go to the camps, you can either kill or spare the commander. If you kill him, of course, you get some extra loot, but if you spare him, he can become a quote-unquote spy, which could give you info for missions, side missions, main quest activities, things like that, which could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool, interesting thing for the choices that we, of course, have. Because I'm curious if they will bring them back. I totally think so, but it's like another way to not have them maybe impact the narrative, but still the gameplay. Although, I don't think I think it's going to be very similar to, for example, the NPCs in Far Cry that are just walking around and are like, oh, did you know there's an outpost over there? Like something like that. So I'm not
Yeah.
like expecting very impactful things.
I could see it working similar. I mean, what it made me immediately think of was like the Shadow of War or Shadow of Mordor stuff when you have an informant and then you get intel from them for a specific
Yeah.
target. You might find out where they are at a certain time. So something like that. I mean, I think that could be interesting and cool. Somebody also said, wouldn't they technically be opposed if one is a ninja, one's a samurai? I mean, they did a similar thematic thing in Ghost of Tsushima where it's like two opposing tactical approaches, and even it's tied up in the ideas of honor and what's respectful, and do we really want to win dishonorably? Is that even worth it at that point? And then like comparing those two and putting like people who approach these situations very differently in the same situation, trying to fight towards a common goal, I think is really interesting. I mean, it builds conflict right into the relationship between the two main characters, and I think that could be really, really cool. So
Yeah, and that was kind of for me for Ghost of Tsushima, because it was of course from Sucker Punch. Like in Infamous, you could really kind of choose, am I gonna be good or bad? But in Ghost, it was like you're always becoming the ghost, so you're always becoming kind of someone who's like, I'm not gonna live by the rules of the samurai. So I'm curious how they're gonna do that in this game.
Woo!
But yeah, at least like
Fully
because
upgraded.
This really sounds on a
Holy
sort of
shit.
skill
Ugh.
level, like sort of as sort of a like Odyssey was really
Oh,
focused on, do you have
brainstorming
the right
locations.
gear,
Barnstorming.
the best like build setup, the abilities unlocked, and it seems like they're now going back to, okay, but are you actually good as a player? And I do think that that is kind of exciting as well. By having the different stances, maybe you can have that flame sword from the Helix Store, but if you always use the wrong stance, you're still gonna be a bad player. Like I'm curious what the sort of balance will be between the RPG elements, which are totally going to be there, and the sort of skill based gameplay.
Yeah.
You have to be good as
Yeah.
well.
I'm a fan of most of this stuff. I think it sounds really interesting, and more than anything, it just sounds very different than what we've had at this point
We
for
needed
a
this.
handful of games. And so you better believe when it comes out, there's going to be a lot of people that are like, "What is it? This is not at all what I was expecting." But I think this is what they need to do. What's going to be really, really freaking funny is if they release Ghost of Tsushima 2 and this in the same rough period. Because then it will actually be a direct head-to-head. I mean, people joked when Ghost of Tsushima came out that it was basically what Assassin's Creed should be. And so to see games that now share very similar settings and will be sharing gameplay mechanics and stuff go
Location
head-to-head
challenge.
could be really, really...
And Dane will tell us, I'm not much of a flyer myself, but you can be if you find the majority of the barnstorming sections. So, we've only got 33 hours in fact. I did avoid a lot of them. While you're going for clusters, you'll probably have a lot more than me. I'm actually going to show you a map, obviously this is the map here, but I'm going to actually show you the map with all the locations of the barnstorming, and you can kind of mark off which ones you've done it. So, you only need 75. Also, I'm just going to show you some stuff if you're not wanting to use a guide and the areas you can look for. So a prime example are these arches, and you just need to fly through them like so, and you will get them. The only thing is, you've got to watch when you're going through them, because some of them, well, one of them won't register until the barnstorming thing goes away, so we got one there. So you would have to go back again and check the other one to make sure that registers. So it's quite a good idea to go back and forth.
Interesting. Okay. So... let's go over there first. See what it looks like.
Really interesting. So it's going to be cool to watch. But I mean, the more I hear about this, the more intrigued I am, which is
They
more
at
than can be
least seem
said
to
for a lot
go
of
their
games.
own path. Like they at least seem to focus on different things, I think, than Ghost. Although Ghost also set up like a potential second character that was gonna be very important. I'm curious if they're. I mean, all the Sony games have been following this. We start with one playable character, and then in the sequel, you suddenly play with more characters. Like, if Ghost is gonna do that too, then it will suddenly be pretty similar again. But we will see. I do think though that Ghost is not 2024. We would have had an announcement right now.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, maybe they're planning, like, we don't know everything that they're doing, but they could be working on a more expanded multiplayer game.
And launch that first? I mean, that could be.
Maybe.
I do think though next year is gonna be wild in terms of these like types of games with Rise of the Ronin. I think Ghost is gonna come to PC as well. Assassin's Creed Red, like it's gonna
Is that it?
be crazy. Black Myth Wukong, of course, like a lot of these sort of Asian setting style games. Which, I mean, we've
No,
seen
I don't think
over
so.
the last few years as well.
No, it's just projecting
It'll
the.
be the year for it for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
So, let's see. I guess let's just wrap up with one last little
Yeah.
topic just to see what you think of it. Because this, actually, pull it up here. This, of course, made a lot of people roll their eyes and get worried about the future of like Elder Scrolls 6 and all this. I think it's interesting. Basically, Microsoft announced that they're bringing AI to characters, or AI characters, to Xbox. Microsoft is partnering with in-world AI to create Xbox game development tools for generative AI characters, storylines, and more. Which, I mean, we've mentioned
Where's
this
this
before.
one,
It's
though?
the kind of
The
thing where you
fuck?
could potentially have AI-controlled NPCs, where you go up to the NPC, you actually can like type in or verbally ask, "Hey, I'm looking for this item. Where can I get it?" And the AI will generate a response, and they use some AI voice to assign it a voice, or they just display the text, and that's how you go through. It could potentially lead to some really interesting, like, dynamic encounters and some cool things happening. It's a long ways out before I think it gets there, but I think eventually this is going to be kind of a mainstay in big open world games, MMOs. This is not going to be that crazy. Right now it sounds insane, but a lot of what is going on in gaming right now would have sounded insane 20 years ago. So, it
And this, I
creates-
think, exciting. This is more exciting than whoa, a bigger world, or whoa, the trees look more realistic. Like, I think this could actually be really cool because AI is something that we still have to really improve upon. And even though we jump from generation to generation, the enemies or the AI in
Brain
the world, like
barnstorming?
I would argue in Mirage, for example, they still feel
This
the
was a
same as like the
barnstorm?
Ezio trilogy. Like they're still just walking around. Sure, they have maybe more animations
fuck?
that they're doing, but apart from
I
that,
guess it is.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Oh, I
think
guess
AI is,
it doesn't
I
have
think
the.
AI is the next frontier for gaming. Like, I'm not that impressed with ray tracing changing the landscape. in gaming.
Okay, fine.
The
Okay,
SSDs
now let's go
in
to
current
the.
gen consoles, I think we were all braced
next
for that
one.
to change stuff, and it's made load times really fast, sure, but I don't think we've seen. Spider-Man 2 is probably the best example of like really fast traversal being possible that wouldn't have been possible before. But we haven't seen
So we
many
got this one.
instances of
Let's go over to.
like wild systems working in ways that we just have not seen before, you know.
Yeah.
But with some crazy AI stuff, I think that would be something very noticeable. You could have entire games built off of it. Where, what was that game years ago where it was like, you, the like game master or whatever is like learning from the way players are playing, and so they alter.
Barnstorming, I
how it
got
works.
that.
I just totally, or maybe it was Alien Isolation where they said that like the alien is supposed to learn from
Barnstorming,
how
got
you're
that.
playing
Okay,
the
I remember
game
I got
and
those through
adapt to
races.
it in real time. You could
Yeah,
have
that sounds
games like that actually
Okay,
built
those are the
with
two that I
generative
just
AI
got.
to alter and shift stuff around to make certain enemies or like
Now
factions
out to
in
the
long-term
city.
strategic games behave much more
Oh
realistic.
boy.
There's really cool stuff you could do with it, but naturally this brings up a lot of ethical questions. People are like, so
It's
you're
gonna
putting
take a
writers out of
minute.
work, which technically I guess could be the case.
I don't know.
Let me just look around
Yeah,
the city, see if I can
mean,
find
I
them.
saw a lot of people because the Game Awards also like announced this because again,
Okay,
Microsoft
so we
is,
got a
like,
bunch
putting
over
stake
here.
behind it.
Let's
But
get these.
I also from a lot of like
Get
things that I
those.
hear from the investor calls that I listen to and all that other stuff and other news, is that it mostly like gives because I do think that writing sort of dialogue for the Far Cry NPC that you run into in the world is way less exciting than writing a cool side quest with like a beginning and an end and stuff. And if you can give the AI those like those tasks that are not that exciting, then I do think that
Oh, there's one more right
frees
there.
up
Hold on.
the actual writers to make cool and more exciting content. So I think it could actually be pretty cool.
Oh,
And,
wait.
What the Take-Two CEO also said is that scripted AI things, I think Hogwarts Legacy comes to mind. I think they actually did a pretty great job. Where if you would walk down the hall, you would see students like messing up their project, or you would have the knights, the sort of statues come to life and beat each other up. Like that was really fun, but that was the same thing happening over and over again. And at one point you've seen it all, and it really felt made for that moment. It felt like you were walking there, and then that event triggered. With this, and if they can really make a lot of like AI sort of unpredictable behavior, you can really have other weird things that even the developers did not think of. And that's of course why multiplayer games are so exciting, because you're quote unquote create your own story with your GTA buddies or whatever. So what if the AI are like unhinged as well and behave more a bit like players? I think it could be pretty cool. And of course having a real conversation with an AI where instead of having 4 options that is like, what do you do here? Where do you come from? What can I do at your place? And can I see the blacksmith shop or something? You can actually like you said, ask, okay, I got this quest. What do I need to do? Or how can I get this crafting item? And then instead of just having a menu telling you, hey, go here, you actually have this blacksmith tell you about it or something in a more realistic way. I think there are cool possibilities. It's always with new things that people are
Yes.
scared that it might ruin
Holy
something else.
shit. Oh, let's
yeah.
With a lot
go.
of this,
Yeah.
like with technological
Woo.
advances, it's fine to.
Oh,
it's
man.
good and noble to be concerned about those.
Fuck
kinds of
yeah.
issues.
Yeah.
But if like there were talks of like.
So that's
US
all
and
quest
Japan
complete
versus,
now for the
like, no public,
trophies.
people are like, we need to ban this now. This is gonna put so many
Kill
people out of
100
work.
demons
It's like,
using
if
cold
you
fire
ban it,
aura.
guess who's not
I just
banning
want to
it?
make sure I'm doing it
Like
right,
every other country does.
because sometimes these trophies have
It's
weird
not going
caveats.
away, so you
Have
either kind of
weird
learn how to adapt
requirements.
to it, or you're screwed. Like when email came out, or when personal computers came out, and all of a sudden this whole industry of people that all they did was like quick mathematics, and that's all they did all day, every day. They worked in businesses and did math by hand using like whatever multiplication tables and sliding rulers and stuff to do the math quickly. They were put out of work because these machines could do it faster and more accurately. And similar stuff is going to happen with AI, and that sucks for everybody. And that's why I think there should be ethical concerns of like generative AI that makes artwork. Should there be some way of tracking what exactly it was using to create that art, or does that not really apply since people don't do that? I mean, if I love the style of Tim Burton mixed with Wes Anderson and I draw
We'll
some
shatter them, and they won't count to the achievement. Now, the trick is here to get this the fastest is to find the armored trucks that you see on your mini map. You do some damage to them, the enemies will pop out the back of the truck, as you can see, and you just stand there and freeze them, and you wait, and you might.
Oh, okay, okay, like I thought. You can't break them
it looks
yourself.
kind of like a blend. Am I just stealing from those two? Maybe. But also, are you saying that I should pay them royalty? Like, it gets messy when you try to apply it more broadly. But it's fascinating. I mean, we are, I think, at the cusp of a very transformational set of technologies that could totally change, not just gaming, it will change gaming, absolutely, but change the world in general. And anybody who says that they know how this is going to go is lying. We have no idea how this is going to go, if it's going to develop super quickly, if it's going to kind of flop and flounder. We're going to find out. in the
It is
coming
like
years.
it is one of the new technical advantages though that I do see like
Burn, baby, burn. I got it.
immediately
Oh,
use these
shit,
voice
nice.
actors. They are small things. It's not like nobody has to sell you on it, which was like the case for 3D, for example. Or like, why
Oh,
do I
that's
need this?
awesome.
Someone has to tell you, oh, what, that's cool, and then you're still like, yeah, but why do I need it?
Mhm.
And here, I already hear people that are usually not very like into the technical or like up to date with all the tech. Yeah, I just made this ChatGPT presentation and it worked well, or I asked the ChatGPT to write this for me, and everyone is like already running away with it, so it's also easy to use. Like a lot of
This is a
people see
perfect
the
spot,
value
too.
already.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
even just little things like me and Nikki have found uses for it. Like we had a bunch of random kind of stuff in our fridge, and so I just asked ChatGPT. I was like, what meals can I make with 1 onion, a package of
Oh, that's
ground
crazy.
beef,
Yeah.
like carrots, and I listed a bunch of stuff, and it spit out like 8 different recipes of different things I would have never thought of, and like it's like that. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. Like, that's great, and it actually makes your life better. It's like the best
Yeah.
example of this not working, like you said, where people have to sell on it. 3D is a great example, but like NFTs were another very recent
Oh,
thing
yeah.
where people were like, NFTs will make everybody's lives better, and you're like, why? Cause
Just buy it.
just
You will see.
buy it quickly now. Hurry. Yeah. There's
Yeah.
nothing else to do, but it's going to be fascinating. It's going to be fascinating. I'm here for it. It's about time we had some really cool new technology actually make its way into the mainstream, because it felt like for a decade or so we were kind of at a plateau. Yeah, computers were getting faster. Yeah, cell phones were getting better and the cameras were getting better. But
Alright, I
just
got a lot
now,
of burn, baby,
this
burn
is the next
kills.
technological leap.
Let me make double
I'm
short
here
to
for
see
it.
if
I
that's
love
what
the
he was
idea of
getting.
progress. So,
Yeah, same. And like you said, it's like instead of being like,
The armored
we
trucks
should
that you see on
work
your
on it or whatever. No, you should probably learn to use it, because then you will be ahead of people that don't.
yeah.
And that will only be helpful for everything.
Well, and at the end of the day, these things are tools, and it's like, let's see, we just got a super chat from Francis.
Oh, I have to look out for
The
Shatter
finals-
Kill.
First of all, thank you for the
Or-
but he says the finals has been getting slack for AI voice acting. I think that seems to be like a good thing for new companies without a lot of funds. Well, and that's the thing is, it's a tool, and if you use an AI voice to generate some lines, kind of as a placeholder for your game that you're actively developing, like I don't really see what the complaint is. Like, if you personally don't want to support or buy a game that uses AI art or AI voices, you know, while they're developing it, that's totally up to you. That is your prerogative, and I will support your right to do that. Nobody's saying you have to buy it or have to spend money on it. But I think most people are just not that concerned with it. I think most people are like, yeah, it's an AI voice. I turn the voices off anyways because they were annoying. Like, it's just not not a big deal. Consumer choice, yeah, will eventually just win out. So we'll see. Slippin' Jimmy says SAG-AFTRA just massacred AI, bro. It's over. I saw that they reached an agreement, and with the Screen Actors Guild specifically, I'm sure they made a deal where they're just like, we can't use AI to replace us. There was one thing where the executives of one of those Hollywood companies, I think maybe it was Universal, they were arguing that even dead actors who have previously worked on a franchise, they should have, the studio should have the ability to use generative AI to put their voice and faces in new films perpetually. And naturally, SAG-AFTRA shut that down. And those are instances where, yeah, I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't like that. And you should have a right to, like, your face. I think.
Yeah, because
that's
if we're
your
not
face.
fighting it, then the suits will find a way. I mean, that's what we saw with the strike as well, where they're only asking for a limited amount of like increase, which is like a percent of what these companies make, and it's still like very hard for these companies to do. So.
Yeah. Well, and it was so funny with all of those strikes too, where it's like the SAG-AFTRA strike went on for like 188 days or something like that for a long time, and over that time period, with them not being able to film anything, it cost them tons of money. Like the new Marvels movie, they weren't able to like have actors do interviews for press because they were on strike, so they couldn't even do that. They couldn't do more reshoots. It's cost them hundreds of millions of dollars, and most of the concessions being requested are only like $100 million. Like it's
Yeah.
comparatively nothing. It's just a power struggle, really.
Yeah.
But with all this, I mean, just thank you everybody for listening. This is
Yeah.
joyous. Do you have any closing thoughts, Mr. Joe Raptor?
Not really. I think we discussed a lot of cool news. No, I'm gonna finish some work and then prep for my small little trip to Belgium
Ooh.
tomorrow.
Ooh,
So
baby.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
And then we will be back next week.
Yes. Well, next week we will need to talk about scheduling after we hop
Okay.
off the podcast because I have something. But yeah, we'll get to that. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Everybody that wants to hang out with me on stream, we'll be back tomorrow for our regularly scheduled time, and I will eagerly await seeing all of you once again. Much love to everybody. You guys are fantastic.
Thanks, everyone.
Stay safe.
Bye bye.
We'll see you again soon.
Oh, oxymoronic. I'm getting it. 60 out of 100. I don't see the challenge though. What the fuck? Where is it? Completed. I can only click on completed. Nice. I wonder if I could just run around and dash them. That's gotta be easier. Yeah, shatter kill.
reminds me of that one time I quit.
God damn it. Fuck me.
You hate me working for Altor? What the fuck you think you're doing? Fuck with me. You too dumb to figure it out yet? I forgot about you.
I don't think running into them works. I don't know. Yeah, running kills don't count. Oh, demon imps. There we go. Ooh, flying enemies. Yeah, it is much better. There we go. Beautiful. Terminal hog. I don't know how the fuck to get that. Wow, that's fucking stupid. So I can't do that. I already completed all of them. Hell, co-op for 3 hours. Spend 20 hours. Oh, so I'd just have that and just spend time in co-op for 3 hours. Take down an extraction facility while on a motorcycle. That's pretty easy. But I need... Is there a New Game Plus? Oh my god, I gotta watch these cutscenes. Alright. I'm locked and loaded. Oh, that transition to gameplay was smooth. Wow. What do you mean it deleted my save? I got it right there. It's safe. Steal a car. Where's it at?
You know how much easier this would be if we just found a car?
You know how much easier this would be if you just gave me a second? Alright. How are we gonna find the Eltor building?
Biggest building down here. Giant Ultra sign on it. I don't think this is a problem.
I'll buy that. I can do this all day.
Look at us. Kinsey Kensington and Johnny Gat driving together on a birthday adventure.
Are you always this excited?
Generally, I'm misanthropic.
I get it. So this is hell. Not as bad as I thought.
Kind of reminds me of Steelport. So, what's the plan?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna shoot him in the face unless he gives us the boss back.
What if Dane doesn't have a boss?
I'll probably still shoot him in the face.
Not even death could stop the enterprising Vogel. But
Alright, you got me on this next. Now, kill you to show a little excitement? You're about to experience angelic flight, for Christ's sake. Someone named Great. Now you should have to shoot. Alright, let's start slow. Try to jump over to that next island. Also, the longer you charge your wings before jumping, the further you'll go. Hey, didn't fuck it up. Good job. Now get up that cliff. Don't worry. If something looks too high, just keep on jumping off the wall. Remember to charge. Now it's time to fly. You heard of crawling before walking? Well, in this case, you need to jump before you can fly. Launch yourself in the air with a jump, and then hold your wings out. You'll have to dive to reach the next island. Do that by pointing your head down. Don't worry. The rest of your body will follow. I put a shiny flap orb out in front of you. Collect the orb, and your wings will flap to gain speed. Alright, now try flapping those wings on your own. Do a flap on your way to the next island. The exact opposite of diving is climbing. Climbing will slow you down and eventually cause you to stall. And trust me, stalling sucks. You can flap while gliding. Alright, time to take the training wheels off for the final lesson. Flying takes stamina. If you run out in midair, you are going to drop. Let's get you back to the old tour building. I want to run through all the stuff you can do to good safety. Sure thing. See you soon. Here's the deal. If you want some FaceTime with Satan, you need to get his attention. Now, Satan hates being challenged, so anything you do to undermine his control is good. Fraud, mayhem, shooting demons in the face, anything. You can keep track of Satan's wrath with this handy meter. Get it high enough and you'll be having drinks with Big Red in no time. I've compiled a list of shit to do, so take a look and do whatever sounds fun. Oh, one more thing. We have some potential allies down here. Trust me. Want to impress them.
How do I take down an extraction facility?
The Forge is prime real estate in hell. This smoggy shithole is located over the richest mineral veins in the afterlife. You want to hurt Hell's infrastructure? Here's where you do it. I wonder what keeps you
Extraction facility. We need that. Oh, right here. Perfect. While on a motorcycle. We should be able to do that. Easy.
Relax. I'm a professional.
Oh, motorcycle.
Sorry, buddy.
You're coming with me. We got a mission to do. Fuck you, don't ruin my motorcycle. I need this. I gotta do this very careful just in case the motorcycle blows up. Are these guys chasing after me already? Fuck off. Motorcycle. Back out, go back in. I wonder if this counts. Head to extraction start. Right there. Oh.
You gotta try harder than that, Satan.
There we go. Easy. Oh shit, this guy. Can't let him take the control point. Shit. Fuck.
Let's play.
Bad time to reload. Who's taking my other point? The fuck? Someone in the middle. Oh shit. I don't think I have to kill the insiders. Just these guys. Let's go. Excuse me, boys. I'm about to free you. Shit, they're taking number 2 again. Fuck. Where's this last guy up there? Alright, it's those insiders in the middle. Who the fuck is this? Oh, here. Oh, they're coming. Fuck out of here.
What else got to offer?
Stop it. Fuck, man. God damn it. This entire fucking time and you guys didn't... God fucking damn it. I'm gonna have to upgrade weapons, man. This stupid one, there's always stupid one fucking achievement in a game where you need to start an entirely new game just to fucking get it, man. So goddamn stupid. When do you give me your guns? Oh, I need a pistol. Is there an autosave? This fucking sucks. Armory's all the way over there.
Watch and learn.
Can we use an SMG on the... I don't think so. Let me test it.
Not my fault you made poor life choices.
So I can. Excellent. Do additional damage over time. Oh shit. It's a bargain right now. Just do damage right now. Now let's head over there. You need your motorcycle. Thank you. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I'm gonna take you guys out on the edge over here first. I'm shooting the fucking wall, god damn it. Die, bitch. God, why are you so fucking strong? Jesus. I had double SMGs before. Where'd that guy go? This thing is so fucking inaccurate. I know what you're doing here. Get the fuck out of there. Alright, Dark Insiders. Oh god, are they taking over the other extraction point? Fuck. Please don't. I'm gonna go right back to that one. Yep, they're trying to fuck it up. I knew there was one more back there, fucking hiding. Goddamn pussy. Ugh. Can I just go down? Nope. Get the fuck out of there, man. Perfect. Alright, come on. What the fuck's sliding everywhere? Looks like I killed them all. Fuck. Come on, come on. This is such a dumb achievement. Why? Just this last one. Come on. Nope, nope. You're not getting my fucking bike. Fuck off. He's coming after me. Fuck off. Oh, hold on. Get the bike up the fucking stair, man. God, what are you doing? Why is it stuck? God damn it. Alright, give me that fucking achievement. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm going back to my other game. Holy fuck. Spend 20 hours in hell, play Saints Row, get out of hell for co-op for 3 hours. Let's do that. Co-op for 3 hours. Co-op. Open to all. Light damage. Let me actually try to find a co-op game. My gnat. How do I switch my gnat? I don't know why it would be in control schemes. I'm just... These options fucking suck. There's no online options at all. I gotta let it run for 3 more hours. For at least one more achievement.
The boss will do the same for any of us. The rest of the Saints gotta see this place. The boss will do the same for any of us. I wonder if Mr. Sunshine has a head down here. scares me. Just when I thought things couldn't get weird. Well, there's no Nightblade down here, so hell's not all bad.
Alright, so we gotta do this for 3 hours. Man. I might change my system settings. I'm also not even gonna get the last trophy, spent over 20 hours. I could do that at least, but I can't do the co-op. God damn it. Another one I can't platinum. I'm not gonna bother with this. That's a S rank. I'm not gonna get that. That show is bugged. Alright, these last two achievements fucking suck. It's not even like there's the end game shit to do. It's just the same exact everything. Nothing is different.
We gotta get this someplace safe. Ready to give up yet?
I'm running. Happens if I just run away forever. What the fuck is he gonna do?
God, this feels good.
Can he come all the way up here? You can't. I am no longer connected to PSN. How the fuck did you go? What are you doing, bro? That didn't kill you? Alright. You're literally frozen. How are you talking? How are you talking shit? Damn, Saints Row fell the fuck off, man. How the fuck did this guy get here? Damn, good dodge. Come on, how do you like these cum shots? This guy's way too strong. Alright, you got it. You win. I give up.
Send my regards to you, boss.
kill every single person on this street.
On the other hand, feel free murder.
How about that? Let's kill all you guys too. Get a little speed boost. Here we go. Let's get you guys over off the distance. Make sure you don't come down my block. Wow, so pretty. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, I'm done. God. 4.20 stars? What the that's gotta be a joke. That's gotta be a 420 joke. Two stars. Don't waste my fucking time with that shit ever again. Volition. Deep silver. Volition's not there anymore. Just deep silver's taking responsibility. Key features. Soar through the air. I might download this just for that one achievement. What was it? The shooting range. At least this game is fun to play through with the New Game Plus. Because you have the, because you can keep all your weapons, you get OP shit. Fucking have infinite ammo, infinite rocket launcher. This game's just good, man. It's just fucking good. Video on my recommended Gats Row, why it destroyed the series. That shit was so fucking ass, man. I wonder how much they sold that game for. That shit was like a... That shit was like a $15 game. Maybe like $20. But Jesus Christ.
What do you get from video games in general?
What's this? Elon talking about video games? What do you get from video games?
What do you get from video games in general? Is there for you
I
personally?
mean, it's I don't know. It calms my mind. I mean,
Yeah.
sort of killing the demons in a video game calms the demons in my mind.
See, that's exactly the way I say it, but everybody says I'm stupid for thinking like that. See, he does the same fucking thing.
Yeah. If you play a
Yeah.
tough video game, you can get into like a state of flow.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
very enjoyable. But admittedly, it needs to be not too easy, not too hard. Kind of in the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, true.
And I guess you generally want to feel like you're progressing in the
Mhm.
game. So
Not retail.
a good video, and there's also beautiful art, engaging storylines,
Yeah.
and it's like an amazing puzzle to solve, I think. And so it's like solving the puzzle.
Elden Ring, the greatest game of all time. I still haven't played it, but to you,
Elden Ring is definitely a candidate for best game ever. Top 5.
What do you mean you haven't played Elden Ring? It's been out for almost 2 years. How has he not played Elden Ring? What is he doing? Working? Fucking stop. This is important.
For sure.
I think I've been scared how hard it is. Oh, how hard I hear it is. So
Look, I hope this guy understands, Lex understands that it's not that hard. All right? Like, you just show him some clips of people killing a boss in one hit with like all those different buffs, and that's it. He's scared. Yeah, well, it's because people always play up the difficulty. Like, I remember whenever people said Dark Souls was going to be super hard, and then I played the game and I was like, what? And that was it. I remember that if Lucy Pyre can beat it, anyone can. To be fair, she spent like 3 months beating Elden Ring. That was sad. Bro, I'm gonna be real, like that shit was fucking sad. Dark Souls 2, I beat Dark Souls 2 though. I did, and no, I had a bad time on it at the beginning, but once I understood the game, yeah, no, I'm not a fast learner. Like, I'm very, stubborn. I'm extremely stubborn. I hate to learn new things. I hate to try new things. I like to just go with my method and go all the way in with that. And that's it. I'm a unga bunga, right? But like, y'all got to keep in mind that like by the time I got to the end of that fucking game, like I beat the fuck out of that game.
but it is beautiful.
Elden Ring feels like it's designed by an alien.
It's the Japanese. I mean, come on,
There's a
don't call
theme
them
to
that.
this discussion. In what way?
It's so unusual. It's incredibly creative. The art is stunning. I recommend playing it on a big resolution, high dynamic range TV even. Doesn't need to
Well,
be
this is the other thing is that there's like a certain level of like mystical storytelling that From Software does that a lot of other games try to emulate, but they fail at they fail spectacularly at. The only game that I think is able to kind of have the same type of mystical storytelling that Dark Souls and Elden Ring has is Blasphemous. Yeah, somebody said it in chat. 100%. Blasphemous like nails the mystical storytelling, and I think obviously that's because it's carried by like a lot of like Catholic and Christian mythology. So like there's a lot of like tie-ins to that, and it kind of seems familiar but still very surprising and new. But like Elden Ring I think is on a complete other level. Liza P is good, but it doesn't nail it. It doesn't. It's good though. It's a great game. I think Liza P is it's not also not even told that way. It's told like Sekiro.
monitor. Just the art is incredible. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
And it's so unusual.
Like Godwin
And
at the
each of
end.
those tough
Yeah,
boss
at the bottom of
battles
the castle.
is unique. Like it's like a unique puzzle to solve.
Yeah.
Each one's different. And the strategy you use to solve one battle is different from another battle.
No, it's not. What does he never know about jump attacks? You tell me he never tried doing attack whenever he in the air? What's he doing? What do you mean a different attack? What the fuck are you talking about?
That said, you said Druid and Eternal against Uber Lilith is the hardest boss battle you've ever.
Correct. That is currently the and I've played a lot of video games because it's my primary recreational activity. And yes, beating hatred in the Eternal Realm is the hardest boss battle in life and in the video game.
It's hard. I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, that shit was hard whenever it came out. But it was like, in my opinion, I think it was the wrong kind of hard. Like, I never liked Uber Lilith the way it was designed. But, like, I'm so glad that, like... I think that Elon is right whenever he's talking about, like, how the Elden Ring feels like it was designed by an alien. Because, like, I remember, like, listening to what Miyazaki said about, like, kind of how he designs, like, the lore and everything in the games. And he said he designs it in a way that's reminiscent of the way that he perceived English words in the English language as a kid first reading it. So it has, like, that mystical, uncertain nature to it. So, yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy to me that no other developer, like, Liza P was really good in, like, a couple of ways, and I think it was the closest shot anybody's taken to being able to capture this genre besides From Software. But it is just astonishing how much better From Software is than anything else. It's like, whenever you think about that, like, isn't that fucking nuts? And the fact that not only are they better, but they've been nailing it every single fucking year, or every other year usually with, like, releases, for 10 years. It's like people are still trying to catch up to what they were able to do in 2012. It's nuts, man. Even Armored Core. Yeah, Armored Core was just fucking insane. Yeah, George R. R. Martin helped a lot with Elden Ring. Well, he didn't help with, like, the way the game's programmed, right? He helped with the storyline. Like, there's a lot of incest in Elden Ring. So, yeah, I mean, we know he's part of it. But, yeah, man, I think about this game all the time, man. Like, I could replay this game, like, every 6 months. And I never get tired of it. Bleak Faith, though? Bleak Faith was great. Like, it was great in a lot of ways. Like, I'll tell you one thing. Like, if the guys that made Bleak Faith wanted to make another game, I would probably invest in it. Because I think that they got a number of things right that nobody else has ever gotten right except for From Software. I do. I think that, like, I think there's a lot of potential there. Whereas you look at other games, and there is zero potential in those other games. I'm gonna be real. Like, it's like, you did this? Wow. Okay. Keep it up, buddy. That's it.
God damn it. Oh, what the fuck? God damn it.
Yeah, talking at Super Ladder. Yeah.
Taking these back. Who's that?
Let's do some business. Welcome. They've got something new. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Shut the fuck up.
Leisure come. Back any time.
Hell am I?
Jesus, fuck me. Why does it give me this terrible camera angle? Leon, you can't turn your fucking head. Damn, fucking blowback from that. Knocked the other guy back. Shit, I forgot. Pig, baby, grape? Grape, baby, pig. Baby. What? I could have sworn I tried that. Whatever. Grape pig baby. I'm just trying to get to the shooting range. Chapter 3. Alright, nice.
You too, huh?
I got you, dog. Be free. Fuck you think you're going? Oh, fuck.
I've been waiting for you.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you unless you have the shooting range. Or I need your money.
Church. I made it.
God damn you fucking idiots.
This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, where the fuck am I going? He dodged it.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
I actually got him with that.
I need to do something. Where'd you go?
Chapter 3 start. gonna save over here. Let me see something. Is that one of the trophies? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, it's not one of the trophies. I thought it was, to get one of the... to kill the alligator without missing a spear was a trophy. Chapter 4. I thought the shooting range is in Chapter 3. The fuck? Did I miss it? There's no shooting range here. Is it gonna show it on the map? Yeah, shooting range. There's nothing here. Fucking lie. Oh, wait, hold on. I did miss it. Right here. Oh, shit. In the quarry. I can go right there. I did miss it. Maybe I can load game?
You too, huh?
What the fuck? Forgot about you.
I've been waiting for you. Got my hands on a fine piece of kit. You don't. Church.
Here he is, my boy. With the shooting range. Alright, I got some achievements to get. Shut up.
Got some new items in stock. Come take a look.
Can I delete saves? How do I delete saves? Whatever. Alright. Let's see the easiest way to get this one trophy. Trick shot. I haven't been here in a while. Not sure which challenge.
There's only one rule. Shoot the targets as they pop up. Simple enough, am I right? If you do well, I'll make it worth your while. Knickknacks and whatnot. Anyway, have fun, mate.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me, man? Are you fucking me? I need to be at chapter 14. Even though I'm on New Game Plus. This is so fucking stupid, man. That is so fucking stupid. I had to replay the entire game to get the treasures, and then I forgot about the shooting range. I thought I could just fuck. Doesn't have the level I need for the trophy. What a waste of fucking time. Fuck this shit, man. God damn it. I don't know. I might try Remnant 2 again, but it's so fucking ass. The enemy spawning is so dog shit. I might start that over on the easiest difficulty, cause I think it's meant for co-op.